Good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to some more Rogue Trader today. Let us continue our Unfair Grim Darkness playthrough. I was talking to Cabela, I think.
Domin.
I think that's the last thing I was doing, was getting lore dumped from Cabela.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
Sussant? How do you dislike, talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Cabela's face before it is masked by her usual stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
What was it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would serve
Good morning, Kyo.
and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him.
Nice.
When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
It must have been difficult to go through all of that as a child.
It is impossible to understand the value of your body and spirit if you've never experienced physical or emotional pain. Pain is temporary, but experience endures. Experience can be sharpened like a blade and turned into mastery. I've never regretted walking the thread I was destined to follow.
Your parents, your family, you never mentioned them?
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
Do you not wish to know what became of your family?
No.
Let's see. The answer escapes Cabella's lips before she can give it any thought. Upon realizing this, he produces a small blade, seemingly out of nowhere, and begins to sharpen it with pointed nonchalance. You may not remember your real family, but are you truly so unconcerned by the deaths of your fellow cultists?
It brings me comfort when my brothers and sisters cross to the other side. The Undying One has called them to his side, so they can serve him in ways we cannot.
I presume you have no friends either?
Attachment makes us weak. The weak meet their demise prematurely. But such death does not please the Undying One. For a soul must not be claimed before their time has come. It is true that spinners occasionally cross paths with those outside the cult. But such paths always diverge in the end. We may walk the same road together, but we are nothing more than temporary traveling companions. It is similar for those of your retinue. Our threads may intertwine for a time, but all will go their separate ways, as is inevitable.
So how you doing today, Kyo?
But not you and I, Domin. Our threads cannot be unwoven, and only the Undying One will end my service to you. Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
She removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. What are those?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured, and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
Well, let's see how impervious to pain you really are. Let's go with 2.
You have found an interesting use for this tool, yet it still serves its purpose.
Let's go with this 2 now.
The flesh remains untorn. Good.
Alright. I'm not going to drive anything into her eye. That's enough for now.
Questions?
Your fighting style is unique. Do you think it is something I can learn?
Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop. Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication and decades of special training. However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics.
Thank you for sharing with me.
It is not difficult to speak the truth.
You torture your own flesh? What is the meaning behind this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself. Death whispers to me, "You are worthy of bearing his marks." Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
I presume this will not be a painless procedure.
I have not felt pain in a long time, but yes, your body will certainly suffer. Embrace the pain and make it a part of you. It will be your salvation, even on your darkest days.
Sure, why not? It would be an honor to bear the mark of the Undying One.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
So, she waits patiently as I prepare myself for the ritual. Once I'm ready, she carefully presses her blade to my skin and carves the sacred symbol into my flesh with skillful precision. The wounds sting and burn painfully as they begin to bleed. Did you ever meet Theodora von Valentius?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
You always address me as Damen? What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amic means one you can trust in battle.
If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
How did you come to have a deck of his tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
Lord Warp test succeeded. You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine, or detect faint sparks in the air when you are standing next to Cabela. It seems her powers only manifest when she's practicing divination, or in moments of pious exaltation. Cabela herself does not seem to be aware of her gift. Can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
She carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before my eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? Draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before me.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost.
Alright.
The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
Alright, I have no questions at this time. Let us speak about something else. I must take my leave. Cool. I'm gonna go make sure that there's nothing new in the Astropathic Chapel.
Victory awaits!
Operation successful.
Oh, well that was easy.
The machine god grants the insight.
So let's see here. First we had... The miniature screens are displaying red error messages. You command the machine to run a diagnostic, and the messages disappear. And then we had the transcriber's quills are leaving blots on the paper. You remove the device's casing and discover a leaking ink supply hose.
A new challenge for me?
Faulty receiver, calibrator.
This explorer tool
The sensors of the text-correcting calibrator are dead. A prayer to the Omnissiah makes the new sensors spring to life.
Follow my lead!
My success is irrefutable.
Once clean of the candle wax that had seeped inside, the inner workings of the interpreter move much more easily.
Operation.
Scraps of paper are stuck deep inside the mechanism, causing it to rattle terribly. Cleaning the machine's parts and anointing them with sacred unguent restores the machine to its clear, ringing or clanging voice. The sacred your lordship, the sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. The engine seer rises proudly to his feet and says in low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned toward the machine god, I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirits. The Omnissiah blesses. Engine seer, that had nothing to do with you. I should rather say it was my efforts that helped make the machine operational. Eyes me respectfully, but with very sincere and poorly concealed confusion. I recommend installing 2 incense-burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit, Zachary Weiss, will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvements to this compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement will result in sanctions on the part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood.
None shall stand in my way.
Your lordship, I have something for you. The choir master hands me a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in repairing the compiler, we have been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign that agents of the renegade Voitvir used in their especially important reports. Could it be a message from Voitvir? He was more likely the intended recipient. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty, your lordship. Following the repair work, I went through texts that had defied decoding before. The signal had lost its way in the bowels of the mechanism. Could be a week old, or years. What does the message say? Only a few words? Little Mid? Odanithus? 11. The winds have ceased. It is done now? It is done. Now, Lillimid is Voitvir's call sign for special reports, but the rest of the code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Odanithus 11 system. I will get to the bottom of that message. I have no doubt of that, your lordship. Requires iconoclast. You must tend to your choir. I shall have good food, recaf, and relaxing balms delivered. I appreciate your concern. Perhaps these small indulgences will give them strength and save someone's life. We will speak later.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Fiji mentioned that you could possibly get XP, a little bit of XP from taking a bath. So I shall go do that. The soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. I wish to see someone from my retinue. I'll bring Abelard in. I wonder if I can bring them all in, eventually. I'll go with Abelard first, though. At once. Abelard claps his hands together in a business-like manner, and there's an ominous glint in his unaugmented eye. Lord Captain, what a fortunate rarity to find you at leisure. Since you have nothing else to occupy your time, I will give you a lecture on the history of House von Valancius. I would not be doing my duty if I did not start from the beginning. Enlighten me? As I was saying, we shall begin with the origins of your noble lineage. Abelard provides you with a daunting amount of information, but you still learn quite a bit about your dynastic history, whether you want to or not. Abelard's mustache twitches as he purses his lips in evident satisfaction. That is enough for today, your lordship. Permit me to leave while you contemplate what you've learned. You two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. The enforcers exchange a puzzled glance. You mean us, your lordship? There's no need to be shy. Relax with me for a moment. Orders received, your lordship. We will commence relaxation immediately. The enforcers are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly in the bathtub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. What would you like to talk about, your lordship? We await your orders. Tell me about yourselves. Do you have any other responsibilities besides guarding these chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during times of leisure and relaxation. I guard the bath chamber just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. This bath chamber can be more dangerous than a battlefield sometimes. You can slip on a wet tile, you can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself. If it's too cold, you can freeze. There have even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury in the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts. And the woman stops abruptly as the other enforcer loudly clears his throat. It's reassuring to know that my enforcers are prepared for anything. We live to serve, your lordship. We'll keep you safe. What do enforcers do in their free time? When we're off duty, we train, maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-approved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tanto Lo, and Bran over here carves things out of soap scraps. Though, for the most part, we barely get enough time for rest, let alone for leisure. Pass Bran a piece of soap and a knife. Give a demonstration. The enforcer looks slightly flustered, but he quickly gets to work. After a little while, he presents you with a bust of the Emperor, about half the size of your palm. The Emperor's visage has been recreated with incredible precision and attention to detail. The small carving surpasses the work of many a skilled sculptor. I will have it placed in my study. The enforcer is speechless with amazement. His eyes shine with pride. I am not worthy of such an honor. Thank you, your lordship. You seem tense. Your orders are to enjoy some of this food and Amasek. Enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement as they shove delicious delicacies into their mouth and wash them down with obscenely expensive drinks. They have never experienced anything like this before, and likely never will again. It is a feast they will not soon forget, a story they will tell to their grandchildren someday. You may relax with me and here until I'm finished bathing. I would consider it a great honor, your lordship, but please do not tell the Master-at-Arms we joined in your ablutions. Mistress Zarbek will beat us bloody if she finds out. I relax and close my eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Zenabithar von Valentius drifts into silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Thoughts of those who keep him afloat in the waters. Who will drown, and who will he manage to pull to the surface? Oh, nice. Got 3 iconoclasts for that. The strands of fate are fragile, yet woven together. They are strong, yet, not everyone is destined to see this voyage through it, to its end. But no one will be forgotten. This moment of serenity soon fades. The body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. You feel revitalized? This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. What happens if I do this again? Can I call somebody else in? I cannot. Alright. What do I have quest-wise? Looking for trouble. Compiler out of order. Okay, I can't check that this, chapter. Yeah, I think that's about everything. Unless there's something new at the Void Ship Shrine.
Victory awaits!
There is a Lore Imperium check here I could, YOLO.
I better myself through my service.
Bottom all, known as the Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Grenazar the Flayer. We pray, which gives us Did praying not give us any buff? Does not appear so. I found the sources of the confessions. You have nothing to worry about now. Nothing indeed. I will pass the confessions on with a note regarding your personal involvement. May the Emperor protect your lordship.
It's about time.
You have anything to say? No. I think that's everything here. And I can head to... what is it called? I can head to... the Electrodynamic Cenobium. We'll cover the landing area, your lordship. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Alright, what do we have? Athletics, huh?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Alright, I'm happy with that.
Follow my lead.
Is there anything over this way? A lore Imperium check.
I failed.
Rip. An awareness check.
What a shame.
Man, I am failing all of the checks right now. I kind of like how it did that. That was neat.
A new
That opens the
challenge
gate. Do we have anything over here? Nope. Okay. The binaric hymn awakens the gate's latching mechanism. I ban that bot. The Electrodynamic Cenobium. The heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
Mercifully quick electric shock was not what killed this cultist. His face contorted in pain, as if he were tortured.
None shall stand in my way.
You note that wired junctions are often marked with the symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines. There are no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror, and his eyes are bloodshot from ruptured vessels.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A forced sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Seneschal, isn't this the chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor?
I dare say it is, Lord Captain. Now, if it were possible for the gentleman to properly introduce himself and dispel our doubts.
Seneschal? Lord Captain? Do I have the pleasure of speaking to a rogue trader? Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. I must confess, I'm perplexed to meet someone of your standing in a place like this.
I'm here to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I'm to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task. Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
Alright, so he points to Cabela. He thinks that she's the kind of specialist this situation requires.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions.
Alright.
Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
The tech priest's visor flashes and turns bloody scarlet. Soft hum of some activating system is heard from under his robe. Is Heinrich's, or is... Heinrich's? Was that how he pronounced it? Ah, whatever. As Heinrich von Kolek speaks, you suddenly notice the way he is looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he's peering into your soul, a soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. Precisely what were you doing in this monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
Went to the corpse. What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
This wretched planet's troubles are... Okay, I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of Cabela here. Get rid of one melee for another melee. And then I get to level him up. Let's see here. Ooh, he starts at level 4. We have a lot of leveling to do here. He is a warrior like Abelard, but he's also a psyker. I could just go thick skin. Though, I don't know how useful that is. If I recall, he's more dodge-oriented than... Yeah, more dodge-oriented than he is heavy armor and tank-oriented. So, I will... Let's see here. If I don't go thick skin... allows the warrior to use medkits. I could go Psyker Minoris. Warrior becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement. And grant 14% dodge for 1 round after use. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. I'm going all in on the dodge. We want weapon skill because melee. I think. Alright. And then... what do we want here? We have Biomancy. Can heal wounds and alter physical characteristics. Alright, that tells me a lot on what it does. So Invigorate restores 5 wounds to the target. If this ability brings the target to full wounds, this power also removes all stunned, bleeding, fatigued, blinded, immobilized, staggered, and fresh injuries from the target. Sure. What is the healing on this based off of? 2 times Psyker's Psi rating, plus willpower bonus, huh? Alright. And here... I have Lore Warp. Ah, shit. Alright, let me see here. I'm going to screenshot this real quick, pull it up, so I know what he has access to. I have Lore Warp. Does anyone have Lore Xenos? Pascal does. The only person that had Medicae is Cabela. Do I have anyone with Coercion? Technically, her. Yeah. We have Carouse and Athletics in Abelard. Demolition in Argenta. So yeah, I'll go Medicae, I suppose. We went rigorous training into weapon skill, into invigorate, into Medicae. And it looks like it's time for ads. They play once an hour, every hour, for 3 minutes. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything during the ads, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we can continue. Here we go, more weapon skill, and then we go Psyker Minoris, probably. We didn't go that last time, so. And as a Psyker, you want to grab that as frequently as possible. And then here, we'll grab more Medicae. And here, what do we want? I think I can take Thick Skin now. That parry chance being increased by total armor isn't that big a deal. The flat deflection's nice though. Until the end of combat, the warrior gains +4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. Pretty sure it's this one. Yeah. Then we'll get the damage deflection. And look, we'll get strength. And here. Until the starters of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by +1 and armor by +12%. I'm okay with this. Can only be used while at least one ally is affected by Word of the Emperor. Alright. And I do think I will make this one heavy armor based. Now that I'm thinking about it. I think I prefer flat damage reduction to RNG might get hit, might not get hit for full damage in honor mode, or in Grim Darkness mode specifically. Yeah, it's better to play it safe than it is to what are the words I'm looking for here? Better to play it safe than it is to just RNG and then get shot for full damage and taken down. Then we'll go toughness. Into Lord Xenos. Get some hardened scars. Into Lord Xenos. Into toughness. And then we can take Psyker Majoris. And we'll make it so our melee attacks deal extra damage. Sadly, there aren't any, or there's only the one until end of combat. I guess this is also until end of combat, but I'm gonna go with this one. Alright. Then I just need to fish out some heavy armor. Interesting. Why is it only 40? Oh no, that's accurate. Yeah. We take that. And let's take a look at the skills here.
I've yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation.
All allies in a circle with a 5-cell radius gain +2 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack of this effect increases resolve bonus by +2.
I tire of idleness. Let's
I
move.
also have that.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
So we can do a lot of resolve stacking. Here we can give somebody 18 strength and toughness until the end of combat. Which is not insignificant. What is... How is HP calculated? Or wounds? How are wounds calculated? Bonus toughness, 15. 18. 12. I can't figure out how it's calculated. For each point of a toughness bonus, characters gain 10% wounds. Ah, okay. So we'll get another 10% wounds from this. On whoever we cast it on. We have Charge. We have Endure. Which is 2 deflection and 12 temporary wounds. Invigorate, which heals 9. Not a ton, but it's, you know, decent. It's also a major psychic power, so I don't want to be using it frequently. But it's there. And then we have Shield of the Emperor. Until the start of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by +1. And armor by 12%. So, we have some decent buffs, and we have a Force Sword as a weapon. What does Psychic Force do? Special attack that counts as a major psychic power. Deals an additional 2 times psi rating plus willpower bonus. Damage, but may trigger psychic phenomena and perils of the warp. Alright, so it triggers 4 plus 9 bonus damage. I'm okay with that. And it deals an extra 2 damage just flat in general. Yeah, that's kind of a neat weapon. What does Siphon Life do? Psyker drains life from the target, dealing Psyker Staff power level times 1 plus psi rating damage, and healing the Psyker for the Psyker Staff. Huh. Neat. It's a power level 6. So it would be 6 times 3, 18 damage, and healing the Psyker for that amount. It's not bad. Not bad. Alright, cool. Improved armored body glove and an auto gun. Hard and comfortable. Somno meditation bed is equipped with neural ports to connect the sleeper to the monastery's cogitator network. Pascal, go for it.
My knowledge has its limits.
Well,
Victory awaits.
sometimes unlucky. I recall... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I recall something back here. Mummified Priest. Tech Priest's body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. Patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man across dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechondrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Pekrovar's maxim. Death does not end the service of a spirit driven. We examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color, I've never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aria that turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, tech brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. Tech, you succeeded. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us pray the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 2 by the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of this monastery, and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in this cell of mine I have conquered death, and my mind has soared toward the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side, for I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become as fast as the flying electron and the ray of light, and time is no more for me, for I am eternal. In my binaric reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god, and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell, thirsting for my knowledge. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily. For it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. What should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? Would you prefer to wait until they get their dirty hands inside your sacred reactor? Do you have any idea what they will do to it? The relic? The mere thought of its desecration is blasphemy. The mere chance of it is a sacrilege. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry cracking sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 2's blessing is promise of protection from the fury of the motive force. 50% armor against shock damage. Nice.
It's about time.
Another mummified Electro Priest. This one I cannot interact with. Rest on the table, enveloped in wires. Alright.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
For the Emperor!
I see. Alright, Pascal can't actually move, which kinda sucks. This whole spot here sucks. What the hell? How Why does this not count as cover, but this does backwards? What? Alright, I'll go there. Abelard, you can go here. Heinrichs, you can go here. What the? No. Game, can you not? Oh, am I the only one that's able to move? Okay, that's fine then. Oh, it's not. The battle's already started. Okay, that's what's going on. I was like, what the hell's going on? That goes like that. Yeah, I'm okay with that then. First things first, though. We want to use this.
Nothing I can't do.
And then
Too easy. Nothing
burn.
I can't do.
And blow
Well
up.
done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Cool. Two of them are taken care of.
I shall not fear.
Stay vigilant.
All right. We'll move up here. Ooh, the burst costs 3. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna move up here
The
and then fire twice.
will be undone. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
My
Ow.
faith strengthens me.
I serve the ruinous powers.
My base
Abelard,
is
get in
above
there.
all. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
And Heinrichs, you can move up here. Word of the Emperor, everyone,
Get me a target.
to get more stacks of that going. And then Shield of the Emperor. And we will invigorate Argenta, I think it was, that got injured. Does this remove injuries? Only if it brings them to full health, which this will not. But we can start working on it for next turn. And here,
For the
we'll give this to
thrones.
Abelard.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Alright.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Each strike is a prayer.
Wow, she nuked that one.
Doubt is for the weak.
Pascal, you can head back here. And then you can buff us.
I am your doom.
Yeah, that didn't even tickle Abelard. I think this is a safe spot.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Suits my purposes.
Alright. So, I will use this again. We run and gun. And then we burn. And then we get to head back here again.
I've suffered worse.
Argenta gets to come up here. And we will take some shots.
In battle.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Abelard, get out of the electricity at least. And then endure. Cassia.
I'll paint your death in colors.
It was finest hour. Full AP MP, there's no attack limit. Okay, there's that one, and then this one deals plus 12% damage. Voice of Command. What does this do? The officer forces an ally to push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 14 for 1 round. Alright, cool. 69%, huh?
I'll do it.
Argenta,
As the
please.
Emperor commands, I act.
I just needed to 69 that cultist. I should have just used this. Shit.
I'll do it.
Yup.
Doubt is for the weak.
This is fine. We can get one more shot in. And hope for the best.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then,
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
we dash back. And use this one
I'll do it. Is a prayer.
to get the kill. There's one left. Oh, there is. He was hiding behind some crates where I couldn't get to, fire at him. Okay.
High momentum.
Indeed.
All right. I shall head here this turn. Abelard, go after him.
At your beck and call. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
And we will Daring Breach. Why do I only have one action point? Oh, right, I used 3. Alright, I will not use this turn then.
It will be done.
Break their morale!
And I don't think it's needed this turn.
Reduced to dust. We are the spearhead of the Imperium. A nice little stroll.
Alright. We wait for that one to finish.
You are authorized. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
It would appear the electro piece damaged the motive force circuits on purpose, turned them into a trap for intruders.
The Emperor sets my path.
Okay.
Let's proceed.
do we have here? Sniper rifles? Yeah, I prefer the long glass.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
What advice do you seek?
Abelard.
Whatever you wish.
This part sucks. It's kind of tedious. And 85%.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Nice. Plasma pistol, multi-key. I'll take the plasma pistol.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Range of 8. He'll probably be using that at some point. Not yet, though. Pascal, please.
Error. Making adjustments.
Well, we tried.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I keep failing the important checks, or the ones that I feel like are important.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Can I get this one?
I've read about this.
Yeah. These dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters.
The machine god grants me insight.
The bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of the motive force. I thought there used to be an option to... Spinner's ritual vestments. Neat. I'll take that. I thought there used to be an option to adorn the cultist garbs. Okay, so Spinner's... Is that not what I got? Did I not put it in the inventory? Cargo, cargo. Type, cargo. I did not. Oh, that's what I'm wearing. It was just an armored body glove. Okay. I don't care about that. I was like, what the hell?
Follow my lead.
Alright, what do we have here? Crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper, repeated by 100 voices, blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
In the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration 0, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechandrites spring into combat mode instantly, and wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I'm registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amarnat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he is Amarnat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnat's motto. Look around the hall. Heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the tech hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priests, and and do not notice you. How is he bearing this torture? Devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of the spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual, through sacrilegious torture. They are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit system. The tech priest's colors are stained with grime, they are diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame can be ignited anew. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The mechandrite points to the corpses of the heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them, and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. Okay, so that's how I get to use them. The lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling. A small compromise with evil will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. Do not make me. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Luminodeacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hull. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase it to peak values, it will turn this place into an electric trap. The safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. Alright, I am iconoclast this playthrough, so I shall iconoclast. But first, you do realize this plan sounds like suicide. The statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. I pray that the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amarnot enough fortitude. We are heretics. The heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech. Tingling and foul fevers spread over your body as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul. I like that there's no actual visual change for us.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, we take care of the safety system. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electus are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. I identify this as the safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed, and may its spirit forgive us. Cause the altar to overload. Pascal offers a short binaric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly, and a snare of impossible commands eat up the altar's circuit boards and perish forever in the shower of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I'm registering a general shutdown of the security system. Alright.
We should deal with this.
There are goods here. What are we supposed to do next? From the command throne.
It's about time.
A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you? And why haven't I met you before? Throw up your hands sheepishly. I'm new. Was sent here to slaughter unbelievers, and I've only just finished. The cultist smiles bloodthirstily. Ah, you're new. That's right. Every newcomer must slit a false believer's throat to prove their loyalty to the edge of daybreak. Did you enjoy it all? You don't have to answer. I can see you did. Go ahead, brother.
I'm at your service.
Oh, do I have to use this first? Heavy crown of golden neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I'm registering upon it traces of sacrilegious violation by the right of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Try to conduct a restart ceremony, turning it off and on again. With the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, and then, that it may awaken and serve again. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged into darkness. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned, even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks burst from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets, ready to serve. Energize the hall's power units to the maximum. It will be done. The tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid throne laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Luminodeacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Luminodeacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. Oh boy. I'm gonna roll that 80%. I sit down upon the throne and recite the litany of actuation. Do I succeed the check, or do I fail it? I succeeded. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses. For an instant, your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim. Pain is visible in the tech priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal's Vox starts reciting the sacred words, gloomily and hoarsely. Clinging on to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes as the unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I'm recording a successful activation of the power units. RIP them. And with that, it is time for ads again. After the ads... Oh, I can't use... Oh, I can use Invigorate outside of combat.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Just get rid of a fresh wound for free. I like that. But yeah, it is time for ads again. They play for 3 minutes every hour. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. We can continue.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We just loot everything we can here. I don't need another casing chest plate, but I'll hold on to it for now. Tech use.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I won't tolerate weakness.
All right. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive, creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnot. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Anuiman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykid Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of the knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amarnot. You came here because of him after all? No. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself? To correct a mistake. Possibly. But how do you... There's a look of gentle condensation in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk once we get him out of here. Cold premonition rakes the heart. Probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and the sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmatics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It's amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have been proven to be. in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. You know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. Gotta take the tech priest down the tech priest crucified on the machine. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them, save them. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of the motive force runs down Tech Priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of schismatical, an unholy imitation of a machine's spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texorsum protocol. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. I shall help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, in what seem to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles, with the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needed. Pascal's mechondrites extend a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result, failure. Requesting assistance. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the possessed man's body. May the machine god heal you. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth, his vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness, crushed, yet still alive, and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor, his stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. awesome. We have our engine seer now. Our prime engine seer, in fact.
Follow my lead.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykan. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh no! We've been ambushed.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Alright, Pascal. Alright, we have... Alright. Do you not have reject the flesh? Yes, you do.
The order is contrary to dogmatic principles.
It did 0 damage, though. Huh. Alright, well. I tried. Alright, so if I switch over to this, we have a 45%. At 16 or 2 to 4 damage. So approximately 16 damage compared to... Oh yeah, no, this just does more.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Why is this only costing 1 currently? What do we have going on here that makes it so this is costing less? Right, run and gun. Why am I having like a stroke
Doubt
here?
is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
They hurt themselves more than they hurt us. I'm okay with this.
Follow my lead.
$18 to $22
At your beck and call. An exemplary strike.
with a crit for 46. Hell Yeah.
What's a few target?
Abelard doing work. Alright, let's see here.
Battlefields
Yeah.
are always drowned in scarlet.
Okay. Then we
Me,
do this.
if you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, then I can't do this. Shit. I apparently can't do simple math today. Unfortunate.
If I may.
Nothing I can't do. My tactics are flawless. Already done. Not a problem for me.
Okay, that one dies to burn. That one's not even burning. Heinrichs. You word of the Emperor us.
I won't object to it.
Then you shield of the Emperor.
Let's see to it.
And we will charge in. Actually, can we just go in and punch? Well, I tried.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
That one's down.
Running binary override.
We expose weakness.
My vow is to serve.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing the damage that it says. That is fine, though. Cool.
Indeed.
I will do my duty. At your beck and...
Very nice. Oh no, I took a damage.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Alright. We want to move here. Then burn this one for 1 billion damage.
Let's see how they respond to this.
It dies on its next turn.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been
But
lost.
I won't let it reach that point.
Opposing me was your biggest
There we are. GG's. The circular cogitator. The Electro Priest's hiding must be nearby. Why does it seem like I gained no XP for that, even though it says I gained a fair bit? Weird. Machine Alter accepts the contact circuit restoration hymn with a deferential whir.
It's about time.
Dar Impulse 6, a shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars, steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight toward you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects. The man responds curtly, as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed Electrodynamic Cenobium receives you. Pilgrim, I am Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, and the praetor, electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, the rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. You have the honor of hosting the rogue traitor Von Valentius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. I have a few questions about this place and the people in it. The truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. The praetor electroid nods majestically. Who are you? The hard-working servants and dwellers of this Cenobium. Electro-priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Corpus Scari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. The relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rykid Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this planet. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykid Minoris by the holy warrior of faith, Locke Impulse. During one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of this Cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant laypeople, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps his solemn silence, but the quick clinking in his Mechondrite's claw betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred Archaeotech. Archaeotech being an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. You are not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I have met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every Electro priest is given numerous electus that combine in a blessed Poltergeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I'm pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of Electro priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here, and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon us, this Cenobium, we gave battle. But the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro Priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There's no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. He is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykid Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But, my brethren, in their magnetic meditation are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison. thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. The Praetor Electroid nods toward his entranced comrades. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chamber. But I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless death of my brethren. I wonder if you would have so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments would have only been awoken by the sound of our void ship delivering a punitive strike from orbit. My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrichs opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Cassia nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see. House Orselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. A true person of faith would never have hidden... Yeah, I'm gonna go with 1. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before that sacrilege began. I wish to get to the holy reactor. The Ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. The time has come to prove your loyalty to the Omnissiah Praetor. In the name of the God of humanity, strengthen my numbers with the faithful, eager to fulfill their duty, so that they help me punish the blasphemers. I may as well get a little extra dogmatic in. Does it give me any dogmatic points? No. The Praetor stays silent for a long time. Finally, he lets out a deep sigh. Thank you, Pilgrim, for reminding me of our duty to humanity. I will send the Cenobium's warriors to your aid if that's what his warriors want me to do.
A new challenge for me.
Operation successful.
The Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it, and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle too. The device's keyboards light up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's Vox lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze, and he says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn. Emperor help us all, the esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. Never thought I'd see the day." Um, let me see here. I'm just gonna look this up. I have a feeling I only get one chance at it. Alright, looks like it's 354. So, the blessed cathode that beckoneth the timeless electron. Verse 2 calls to you, pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the arcane key that closeth the circuit. Now finish this prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charge's power, the immortal reason that hath created the spark. Only one who has learned the path of our Cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of the enlightened. Absorb. Oh, okay. I get multiple chances. Alright. Let us sing this canticle to the Omnissiah, from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Calls you, pilgrim. The arcane key that closeth the circuit. The immortal reason that hath created the spark. Verily so, a pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Sneezes. Alright.
Victory awaits.
Do I want to give the arc rifle to anybody? You can have a shotgun in your offhand. You're not using that one-handed sword, like, ever. So that is fine. Who wants an arc rifle? Range 9? You can have an arc rifle. Alright. Heinrichs, I haven't given you any gear yet. What do we have? You are my Lore Imperium person, right? No. That's just from the Rosary. Who is it? Is it... Ah, it's Argenta. And why is everything a helmet? Yeah, this is good enough for now.
Acquisition is possible.
Alright. We get goodies. And now we have Aurora. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber voice, or bass, of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Alright, we continue. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rasps musingly. A cog? I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechandrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust, and from the dust I will build order. Let's see. Pascal, announce my arrival. I don't get an Abelard one, but I get a Pascal one. Pascal lets out an intimidating binaric trill and announces grimly, with the Omnissiah's blessing, the rogue traitor Von Valencius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the meek. I am a harbinger of great changes, and visions of the great cataclysms to come have incinerated what humility I had in my heart. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time is all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant to what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Ah, Cassia squints and looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley masks end, nothing but colorless void remains. Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Uralon the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rykid Minoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage, but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the Edge of Daybreak. Whose servant are you? Is Uralon a demon, or just another heretic? Your flippancy is so amusing. While you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us, he is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom, and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom, from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue Trader, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death, or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? Hey, Wolf Fuzzies. The Edge of Daybreak? Is that your unholy patron? Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God, born in the Immaterium, out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. The one's face is hidden behind the mask, but there is sharpness to her voice that convinces you that her face is contorted in a grimace, and he who remembers you, Zenevithar von Valencius, your little purge by fire, will not make you invisible to the Weaver of Destinies. So what is this final dawn? It is all your followers ever talk about. Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Coronis expanse. Do you think anyone will come to your aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? Or will the idol of iron they call the Omnissiah? No. We will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the Edge of Daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. What servitude are you talking about? What predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administrative official, the technomat, the void rat are consigned to serving the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all the resources. Even your path is predestined, Rogue Trader. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars and Terra and other safe worlds. They insist that it is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that benefits them. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they are blind? They see far more than you do? Through reflections and mirrors, blessed by the energies of the Immaterium, the Edge of Daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish-pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? I think this is enough heretical talk. Your people wanted my head. Why? Brother Twilight, known to you as Kunrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling of his plans sealed your death warrant It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? I am lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the edge of daybreak's visions is fragmented between the facets of possibility, and the view is unclear. I have glimpsed the importance of this place for what is to come. I have solved the puzzle. The flesh of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the immaterium, in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in the fire, whilst the faithful will find their salvation and their new form in it. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient noble machine, ignorant layperson. It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. The woman nods casually towards the maimed Electro priests, whose hands are affixed to the control panels with steel stakes. One of the servants of the Omnissiah casts a tortured glance at you, his voice trembling with horror. Blasphemous spirits have crawled under our skin and into our sacred iron. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend the Omnissiah with sacrilege our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schismaticals. Line after line, the scrap code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and it too will yearn for change and freedom. Enough, I will rid Rykid Minoris of your tyranny. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Electro Priest ripped their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierced them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany broken in Gothic. In broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name of heretics she keeps repeating. The Edge of Daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. It sounds almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. We continue. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Come to chaos.
Alright, let's see. Rounds until the reactor explodes. Yikes. Abelard, you can come over there. Cassia, you can be there. Argenta, you can be there. I will be there. Heinrichs can be up here. And Pascal can be here. Alright, we start the battle.
I won't go down easy.
Alright, Cassia. I need you to move here. Waking Nightmare as many of these as you can. And then you lidless stare and just blow up a good chunk of them. Easy. And then she can boost Abelard. Seriously? Heinrichs. Heinrichs can throw a word of the Emperor. Does he? I think we just endure. Charge.
Nothing stands against me.
And then slash.
I won't reject you.
Alright. And it is time for ads. They play for 3 minutes every hour. Turns off pre-rolls, mid-rolls. I don't do anything for the duration of the ads, so nobody misses out on any content. I will be back in 3 minutes. Alright, ads are done, and we can continue the fight.
Victory is imminent.
I'd rather not.
Okay, we'll move here. And slap both of these.
Indeed.
And then we can taunt.
I will do my duty.
And use brace for impact.
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
Alright, Argenta here. Is only concerned with the tech priests.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
And then I get to move up here. If I do this, it hits Heinrichs, right? It does. Damn. Well, I could take 4 of them out. No, I can't take 4 of them out. I, for some reason, can't target there. Alright, that's fine.
Already done.
Heinrichs, you're taking some... Oh, okay. Yeah, Heinrichs, you're going to take a little damage here. Hope you don't mind. Do I need to? I don't think I need to.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Alright, we slapped the Electro Priest.
Advancing. Vital function successfully terminated.
That buys us an extra turn.
Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Cool.
Death to non-believers! guides me.
Yes, focus the Electro Priest there.
I won't.
Alright, Cassia. We lidless stare this direction, which kills 3.
I am a navigator. Now you're clad in scarlet.
And does some damage to another. And then we
Isn't
will
this a job for the serfs?
give Abelard an extra turn. He will just move up this way,
At your beck.
position himself for his next turn. Pascal can get a buff.
Momentum.
Alright, Heinrichs.
I'll put my
You
psychic
endure?
abilities to use.
You slap. Are you kidding me? Ah, the fight's going fine. This fight's pretty chill. Welcome back. One HP, 1 HP. Why, game? Why you do this? Oh, that's okay. They took care of their own. Abelard, you have immediately restores all AP and MP, gains Agi bonus to MP until end of turn. Do not lose MP after performing attacks. No limit on melee attacks. Okay. Immediately restores all AP. Oh. Yeah. So what does this give? Restores all AP, gains 3 MP. And this one is 4 MP for each kill, and may use their MP after attacking. Okay. So here we want to endure. Sworn enemy.
Indeed. I will do.
We slap. And then I shall Daring Breach.
At your beck and call.
And then we run up here. And attack.
Is at the fore.
And attack. And attack.
Will be done.
And we are out of... action points this turn. So we'll just move next to a cultist. Slept all night without waking up. That is a miracle. I wish I could experience that miracle. Nice, it tried running away from Abelard.
I'll live another day.
Ow.
Chaos guides me.
Doubt is for the weak.
Argenta, you missed. We killed the tech priest. Pascal can come back down this way.
I won't go down easy.
Death to the weak. Death to non-believers.
I'm done with this one.
My ears are ringing.
Alright, so here we endure. I use Shield of the Emperor. And then we charge probably the one that we can charge. Abelard.
Indeed. I took care of this one. I will do
Jesus, Abelard is just a beast.
Your reckoning is due.
Guides me.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Argenta,
As the
please.
Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
We move up.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Out of my way!
Oh no, Abelard took a bunch of 0 damages. They shot and killed their own man.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
I won't do that. I need a foothold. But of course, Lord
We endure. Here. We come up and slap.
Are the best ones. One fewer target.
High momentum.
Guided by faith. Eradicated.
I shall not fear. You didn't stand a chance.
Alright, we run and gun, which gives us more movement. Not enough to be able to get the Tech Priest this turn, but that's fine. My Electro Priest body.
Everyone, step aside.
Heinrich's over here doing big dick damage.
For the throne's glory.
All 10 of it.
Rejoice in battle.
Alright. Cool. I can actually get them.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
29.
All too easy. Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your
There we go.
biggest mistake.
Enough. Now an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary, middle-aged woman. Frightened and in pain. You will pay for this? You will... You... The woman's body goes limp and collapses on the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation, and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I've seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Zenavathar. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel, damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with strange adornment, resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny of on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari, which are essentially elves. Space elves. Welcome back, yo. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words are distorted, as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. I'm going to do the dogmatic option here. Let Heinrich take a look over. Heinrich raises his head, gets up, makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold I'm sensing, it is a tool of the archenemy. I am most grateful for your vigilance, Zenavathar. Takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds, curious. He then stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in this system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask. The iron helm is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder for a moment. You saw something move. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow, and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. How did that give so little XP? What the heck? Yes, I have a fresh injury. Heinrich, come here.
Always.
Fix that injury. Thank you.
None shall stand in my way.
Blasphemous Prism. And Avengers Gauntlets. All attacks of opportunity deal an additional plus agi bonus damage. That's whatever. Yeah, no worries. Sometimes the IRL happens.
It's about time.
Today's Saturday, right? Will you be playing Rogue Trader today?
A new challenge for me?
Alright. We have goods here. I apparently missed, some loot. That's fine.
Follow my lead.
I am noticing that my formation is all sorts of screwed up at the moment. Yeah, that's good enough. We return to the void ship.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the Electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat.
Alright.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Thank you. The Inquisition's generosity is greatly appreciated.
May the elucidator serve House von Valancius as faithfully as it has served the acolytes of the Holy Ordos up to now.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
So, Owlcat's next game that they're launching is Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy. And you get to play, instead of as a rogue trader, you get to play as the Inquisition. And that sounds kind of fun. What do you think will become of the Electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the Electro priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
I must return to my duties. Heinrichs is about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone's trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Voxmaster Vigdis, congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest's monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny, are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. I wanted level 16. Alright, we can talk with Heinrichs, I think. Looks at you intently, his head tilted. I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Could you tell me a little about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
You remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psykers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
I love this setting. Sorcerer's powers are truly dangerous. I hope you've mastered your abilities since then.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment.
Tell me about the Black Ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psykers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker, fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
He stops there, clearly not intending to elaborate further. Let's talk about something else. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terror, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisitor?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
Someone who's been in the service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today. Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, correct?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I have never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I have been working alone.
Wandering among the stars without family or friends, don't you get lonely?
I rarely have the time or the opportunity to think about it.
If you're an interrogator, does that mean you hold a special position in the retinue?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Are there other acolytes in the Cronus Expanse? The interrogator narrows his eyes at you and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize that you will not be getting an answer.
Such as?
What can you do as a psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I want you to leave my no. I must take my leave. Cool. Alright, all I think I have left is to head back to the bunker. Heinrichs, we're grabbing Cabela again. I really enjoy having Heinrichs, but he kind of eats up a lot of the Veil degradation that I could use for myself. So, I'm just going to have Cabela instead for now. It'll probably end up being Jay later on, just because having another officer would be good. But we will see. It could also be the Arbites, the new DLC 2 person. Alright, what do we have here? This is fine.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, is there anything I need to do here before talking with the governor? Nope. Governor Medina. Greetings, your lordship, says the governor in a dismal voice, glancing reflexively at Solomorn. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretic's designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning, entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any moment now. Profit factor gained 5. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykid Minoris, and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We'll mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies. While your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds, let me know once you have concluded your business in the system and are ready for the Triumph to begin. I have other business in the system. In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will... this is Solomorn. In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will accompany us to the starport to provide timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I inspect the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subjects at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help to maintain order. There is no reason to let the people know that the world may soon be in for a change of leadership. Alright, I gotta shut my door 1 sec. The air conditioner finally kicked on, thankfully. I am ready for, I have other business in the system. No, I'm so close. So close. Alright. I'm ready for my Triumph. And I will see you at the starport, your lordship. The Master of Ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me share... The Master of Ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me to share the ceremony's finale with you. Typo there with a missing 2. And after that, Emperor willing, the Proctor will clear me of all charges, and the woes of Rykid Minoris will be over at last.
Victory awaits!
Huzzah! We shall be triumphant. We talk to the Master of Ceremonies. Your Lordship, Peerless Lord von Valencius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykid Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic, known as the Prophet Aurora, will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush toward you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us. Members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Once they've said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valencius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. This is disgusting. I do not want a staged show of gratitude. Allow the ordinary people of Rykid Minoris to speak to me, or skip this farce altogether. My sincerest apologies, your lordship. No thought could be further from my mind than incurring your anger. Let the ordinary people through, you say? I'll see what can be done.
None shall stand in my way.
Surrounded by evil, repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim iron face mask. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen in a hint of grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy of mine? The grin seems to ask. What's up, Kyo? Why the sad face? I will hunt down all of your accomplices, wherever they may be, and they will follow you into the fire. Oh. Are you gonna play today, Kyo? Yes? Awesome. Let me know how it goes. And again, if you need any help with a build or anything of that sort, feel free to poke me. I'm more than happy to pull up something on stream and help you out if you want. Booting up Steam right now? Heck yeah. But yeah, I will hunt down all of your accomplices wherever they may be, and they will all follow you into the fire. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corners of the corpse's mouth seems to have moved upward by a hair's breadth. Or is it just your imagination? Step away from the corpse.
A new challenge for me?
Mount the tank and commence the triumphant march. Glory to the Redeemer, glory to the Von Valencius, Reichard Monaris welcomes you. Look, Holy Sister, may the light of the Emperor be with you. Hello, your lordship. Glory to you. Glory. A motley group of modestly dressed people hurries towards you. Grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their Redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind. Not a voice inside your head. No, a mere thought. They're all going to die. Befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it is all because of you, enemy mine. I address the soldiers in the cordon. Stop the ceremony, take people away. Something terrible's about to happen. The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn toward the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. I'm sensing something. Boundless, blue, golden, dark. Something is coming, Doman. An unholy death contrary to his will. Cabela's eyes are blank as she digs a steel claw into an unhealed wound. Behold, behold, behold the final dawn. Fun times. This is what the people of my ship are seeing. A bunch of spaceships going up to the star. And, bad things happening. Press any key.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
And then down here, we have all sorts of fun. Leader of the cultists. You have anything interesting you can do? Alright, so this one... we kind of want to kill this one ASAP. Argenta's going first, and then Cassia. Argenta, Are you able to... No, you're not able to move there. Okay. You can move here, I suppose. Okay, it's just an elderly citizen between them. Cassia. You're relatively tanky, right? 115% dodge. Some parry. And you heal each turn. Yeah, I'll toss you nearish the front lines. Abelard. You definitely go on the front. I will stay back here and try and curb these. Cabela. I don't know where I want to put you, Cabela. You can be, like, over there for the moment. And then Pascal... Yeah, you can just be there. Alright. Yeah, oops, all imploded. It is time for ads. And then after the ads, we shall take this fight. Ads last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on anything. And, yeah, I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes should be fine. Alright, the ads are done. And we can commence the fight. Alright, Argenta. We take out the leader of the cultists first,
Faith without...
if at all possible.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
For now. Oh, Emperor, protect me.
Alright, Cassia. We come over here.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
And we gaze at them. We buff Abelard. And then we shall debuff I suppose I should have debuffed the ones up here. So be it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Weather the storm!
Nice job, Enforcer. Just running through blight on the ground and getting damaged.
Chaos guides me.
Abelard. You know your job.
Victory
Before any of that, though, you endure.
a tactically sound approach.
There's a chance that we take this one out.
At your beck and call.
Of course not.
Indeed.
So be it. We shall taunt two of them.
Don't touch me.
Death to the weak.
Weapon at the ready. Follow my lead.
Death to non-believers. Chaos guides me.
Alright, what are we at here? 14, 15 gets us to the point we don't want to be at. That is a major psychic power, so we don't want to use that. What is the difference between the anointed cultists? Oh, they can dark prayer too. Oh, they can all dark prayer. Okay. What is the chance of... So, it will be... 5 plus psi rating, which is 2, divided by 2%. 3.5% chance. While 15 or higher, it becomes... Oh god, that is obscenely high. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that.
Nothing I can't do.
Ow!
Feel nothing.
It just walked up and blew up in Cabela. Why is Cabela always the one taking these hits? Alright, we come up here. Cabela, I forgot how little damage he did most of the time. With single attacks. Let's just have you come over here. This'll be fine, probably.
As honor, caught by the web.
11 damage to all adjacent enemies. Okay, we shall...
I shall not fail.
Injure ourselves?
Blood. As the tenets demand.
Heal. Cabela, did you... No, that's just blessed scars. Okay. And then you can walk over to this person and stabby stab them.
Trust me, caught by the web.
He does decent damage, just not per hit. Okay. That's Pascal's turn.
I will not die in dishonor.
Cabela just taking all the hits. Ah, she has a crippled leg now. Nice.
I can't stand it.
I bring ruin. Cleanses the body.
Such is the will of chaos. Follow my lead.
I am your doom.
Round 2. Oh! More showed up. Okay. Argento, why are you not able to do anything here? Because there's a dude on you. That's why. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
We dash out of the way. And that's all she can do for now. Cassia, on the other hand, there's a lot she can do.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. a job for the...
Just do buttloads of damage up there. And I keep forgetting to do this first. Whatever.
If I may?
Out of my way!
Alright. Oh! Why did the veil degradation go up? That's not what I wanted.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Alright, Abelard, take this one out.
To dust.
And then charge that one.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one. Stay vigilant. My faith strengthens me.
I serve the ruinous powers! Chaos guides me! Death to the weak!
I can't use any of my skills here. Because of the thing going on. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. I mean, I could. It just wouldn't be worth it. It exploded. And only took itself out. Okay.
Death comes in silence.
Cabela.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
We heal. We jump onto this one.
As honor ordained.
We captive audience it.
Trust me.
Why can I not captive audience it? Oh, captive audience it, right. That is fine. Cool. Pascal, go up there and slap.
Running binary override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
This way! Death to non-believers!
Break their morale.
Crush the feeble!
Argenta. You can move here.
The enemies of the Emperor
Take this
will
one
be
out.
undone. We can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without...
Cool.
I'll do it.
Cassia. Give Argenta another turn. Before you do that, though. Damn, that can't reach any of them? Okay, that's fine. Well, what if you go here and lidless stare? Can you hit any of them? You can hit a couple over there. Alright, what if we come up here? Are we able to Waking Nightmare? You are, but you can only lidless stare and then give a turn.
I have read tomes of military tactics, as duty demands.
Lots of damage done there. And then... we give Argenta a turn.
Not a servitor.
And have Argenta move up here. Then we gave Argenta a full turn.
Why navigators are feared.
Yep, we go there.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
One down.
I'll do it. Strike is a...
Two down.
As the Emperor... Faith without eradicated.
Three down.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen.
Argenta just dishing the damage.
I'm not interested. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Abelard charging over.
It will be done.
Enduring. And then taunting those two.
Weapon at the ready.
Chaos guides me.
Okay, here, the Veil degradation just keeps going up. There really isn't a lot I can do here.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Here, we Blood Oath.
As honor orders.
And we're healed to full again. We're at 85 toughness now.
I bring mercy and retribution.
We shall arc rifle. Or arc. Yeah, arc rifle.
Explorers know one route.
Oh, it actually hit. I was not expecting that.
My vow is to serve.
Emperor, protect me.
Oh, sorry. I haven't been paying attention to chat because, I was busy with the fight. Let me see here. So Noble is just ordering everyone around. Feel like you should do that as your first playthrough. Noble is okay. But it's not... So, the backgrounds are not the classes. They're just kind of add-ons to the classes. So things like Noble or Forge World, things of that sort. That's just like add-ons to the class. If you want to be ordering people around, you'd want to be like an officer, probably. That's what Cassia is with her ability to give extra turns. With Bring It Down, the officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with 2 action points and no movement points. If this ally is under the effect of Voice of Command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, an ally gains a one-time additional 8 momentum, which is this bar here. When it fills up, you get access to a heroic moment. The officer's heroic act is Finest Hour. Grants an ally an extra turn with full action points and movement points. During the extra turn, there's no attack limit. Ms. Storm Priest is very decent. It usually has a handful of different builds that it goes, but you can do a fair bit with it. Let me see exactly what it gets here real quick. Is there a Rogue Trader character planner? No, there is not. Alright, that's fine. Ministorum, Priest, Rogue, Trader. Alright, so... Let me... Here we are. Let's see here. So, Ministorum Priest gives toughness and willpower. Willpower is good if you end up going... What are the origins? Willpower is good for... Willpower is good for Psychers, generally, but you can't be a Ministorum Priest and a Psycher at the same time. Toughness is good for everybody, though. Every 10 toughness is 10% HP. But it is at that breakpoint. Like, 5 toughness is not 5% HP. But it's still, you know, you're getting to the next breakpoint of 10% HP. War Hymn is good. You gain momentum equal to 2x the devotee's willpower bonus. You can only use it once per combat. Lore Imperium and Lore Medicae are both decent. Then there is these, which just change how your Warhymn works. All enemies in the area of effect of Warhymn Furious Recital gain 1 stack of Disturbed effect. Enemies that are adjacent to the priest gain +2 stacks of the Disturbed instead. And then all demons in the area of effect suffer damage equal to the momentum restored by the priest using this ability. Disturbed is just a debuff. I don't remember exactly what it does. Am I able to... Can I just find out what Disturbed does? Status effect. Each stack grants a -10 penalty to any willpower and fellowship. So, Litany of Hatred. The devotee and their allies in the area of effect of Warhymn of the Furious Recital gain devotee's willpower bonus divided by 2 damage for single shots and attacks of opportunity. Ministorum Priest gains 4x willpower bonus % to armor against attacks of demons and warp damage, which is relevant in the later game, I've heard. Gains willpower bonus % chance to ignore enemy attacks. Melee, flame, and melta attacks against demons and psychers deal an additional +2x willpower damage and gain +6x willpower bonus % armor penetration. So those are the unique things for the Ministorum Priest. The Psyker is by far and away the strongest of them, but it is also the most complex. So if you're not wanting to do complex stuff, then Psyker's probably not the right call. If you are wanting to be an officer, your main stat will probably be Fellowship. So which ones of these give Fellowship? As a... Oh, you can't be Arbitrator. Let's see here. Ballistic skill and perception. Weapon skill, Fellowship. So Commissar has Fellowship. Navy Officer has Fellowship. And the Noble has Fellowship. The Commissar has... also has weapon skill for if you want to be, like, melee-ish. They gain at all costs. The Commissar's next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following effects. The target becomes marked. The ally who kills this marked enemy gains an additional turn after the current one, with +2 AP and 4 movement points. So this, actually, it's once per combat. This kinda stacks decently with, the officer, archetype. Because the officer's all about giving extra turns to your allies, and this is yet another way to give extra turns. While the Commissar's ally is under the effect of at all costs, the ally suffers plus 50% damage but gains 2 action points and 4 movement points. I don't know how I feel about that one. While the Commissar is adjacent to an enemy, all their allies gain Commissar's Fellowship bonus, divided by 2 resolve. That is pretty sick. Because it doesn't say the allies have to be adjacent to you, you just have to be adjacent to an enemy. And the more resolve your group has, the faster you gain momentum. Anytime the Commissar grants additional movement points to an ally character, they give 2 more movement points. Imperial World. That is Home Worlds. Humanity's Finest. Yes. Imperial World would be pretty good. You'd probably put that plus 10 bonus into Fellowship. Imperial World's not bad, like, for anybody ever. What does the Hive World give? Strength in numbers. Hive World characters gain +1 plus Fellowship bonus divided by 2 resolve. If there are 3 or more creatures, allies, yet they suffer... Strength in numbers is nice if Fellowship is like a secondary stat for you, but you won't, the resolve is only super useful when you're doing the killing. So, though I suppose the resolve does still increase how much you get on turn rollover, so it's not terrible. Let's see here. Home Worlds. We're going Imperial World. When an Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability, or affects an ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased by Fellowship bonus divided by 2 for 1 round. That's neat. If no other character in the current party is from an Imperial World, the first use of any of the character's archetype abilities costs -1 AP. Usually there's at least 1 person in your party from an Imperial World, so that probably won't get a ton of benefit, but you don't have to actually take that on level up, so that's fine. These are all just things you can take on level up as an Imperial World. Stronger together, all allies excluding aliens in the current party gain +5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for Humanity's Finest, so in your case it would be Fellowship. While under 40% wounds, which is HP, they call HP wounds in this game. While under 40% HP, Imperial World characters gain +10 bonus to all characteristics and +2 to resolve. Ideally you're not below 40% wounds too frequently. Imperial World characters gain +10% critical hit chance, and 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. Their allies gain half the bonuses of No Heresy. However, Imperial World characters Lore Xenos and Lore Warp are always 0. So you could choose this, and it would be pretty neat for later parts of the game, but you would want to make sure that you don't take Lore Xenos or Lore Warp on your character on level ups. because it would make they would not work together. So just something to keep in mind. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, Homeworld Imperial's pretty good for an officer. And then, like, Commissar or... If the Commissar kills the target with at all costs, they can use at all costs once more. Yeah, it's not going to be happening. That one's fine, though. And for the Emperor, when momentum is less than 100 points, killing the marked enemy or targeting an ally grants plus 20, plus 2x spell bonus momentum, which is also really sick. Nice. Yeah, Commissar, Imperial World, archetype, you would be Officer. I really wish there was a character builder here so I could just, like, you know, go through and pick things so I know what's what. But yeah, Bring It Down is very strong. I think you get that automatically. Air of Authority and Voice of Command are also really strong. Just because it's resolve stacking so that you can get more of your heroic actions. At certain points, you will be able to get upgrades to your heroic act. Certain levels. And where do I see those upgrades? Okay, fine. We go to here, and we look at features, archetype, and it's never bad to have multiple officers in the party. I wouldn't go above more than, like, 2 officers in the party, but, like, 1 to 2 officers is, like, very, very useful for making the game easier. So it looks like at levels 1, 2, 3, you get an upgrade for... Or no, sorry, 4 is when you get your first upgrade for your heroic ability. I chose... The officer grants an... or no, that's when you get the heroic ability. My bad. It's down here at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that you get the first upgrade. And I chose, during the extra turn, all non-attacking abilities cost minus 1 AP. The extra turn that you grant your ally with Finest Hour. So, non-attacking abilities cost less action points, which is very nice. And then up here, I chose, during the extra turn, the target deals plus 12% damage. And then they get an until the end of combat buff, where the target gains the effects of Voice of Command. Which, is... The officer forces an ally to push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 10 plus officer's fellowship bonus for 1 round, but this makes it so it's until end of combat, so it's not one round. They just have, you know, plus 1 billion to all of their stats for the rest of the combat. So, very nice there. Other ones you can get are all negative effects are immediately removed from the target until the end of the officer's next turn. The target cannot die. So this one is decent if you find yourself struggling to stay alive, I suppose. And this one gives the target just a bunch of temp HP. I really do think 1 and 4 are the strongest, though. But definitely, these are still not bad. Alright, what was I doing in this fight? How many enemies are there left? One there. One there. Oh, is that it? Okay. Yeah, no problem. And if you have any more questions, feel free to ask. It'll be easier for me to show stuff off when I'm not in combat. But, like, I can just pull up the wiki and click through stuff if need be.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
And here, we'll just gaze at them.
Always drowned in scarlet. Try to die with grace, at least.
Your comm bead comes alive. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord Captain, this is Voxmaster. Please stay. Send. Vigdis, what's going on? Captain, interference. Repeat. An otherworldly cacophony, which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannons, suddenly swallows you with its full intensity. The warp energies, seemingly bursting out of thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind. Like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment, it feels like your head might explode. But then, the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one. That of someone's touch on your temples. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Cabela gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins, but I am still with you, Doman. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." Fanatical old man, you told me my faith was false. You made me turn away from Aurora. Now what do you say, rogue traitor? Who was right? Here it is, the final dawn. He makes a sweeping gesture with his hand. Hold your tongue, herald. Dawn or no dawn, I'll die before I let these eyeless freaks maim me. So keep quiet and do as his lordship says. He'll tell us what to do. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. Less talk, more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? We are en route to the starport. Starport, copy that. The starport. Opening, observe, appearance from the star room. Evacuate. The comm falls silent. Many eyes stare at you. Does anyone have any idea what just happened? final dawn. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again. Only it is not coming from her corpse any longer, but from everywhere. All we can do now is try to make it to the starport. Iconoclast, we're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone come with us. I'm no fast walker, but I'll hobble after you. If you get into a fight, it's not like you'll want an old woman getting in your way anyway. And I think there will be more fighting. There sure will be. It looks like some of my former comrades are still on the loose. The sense of alarm is now almost physically drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. All we can do now is try to make it to the starport. The old woman looks at you, not particularly hopeful and a little distrustful, as if she's reluctant to ask her question. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed on you. Let's move out. I don't have my level. I failed too many skill checks. I could have had my level by now. Bella,
You.
heal yourself.
Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
I'm legit contemplating programming a build,
It's about time.
like a build planner for this game, just so that I can use it to show shit off. My issue is finding the time to make it. Bella, please. Can you maybe not?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Did you think you had won, enemy mine? You vanquished Twilight. You cut down Aurora, but she was only one of us. You hear me? From the depths of dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh.
The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me than the light of any star. Follow me, Domin. I will guide us.
The world is crumbling. The star has gone out. And she is looking for the positives. The grit of a true Voidborn.
How many...
Die quickly.
Okay, hello there. We have a chaos spawn. And no real cover. Abelard, get in there. Is this the same kind of chaos spawn that we had before? I see, I see. Argenta. You can come over here. I can be here, as useless as I am. Cassia. You can be there. I don't want you in range. Pascal. And here, Cabela. Alright, we Waking Nightmare to debuff them.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We then blast them. Go Cassia. And then we buff Abelard. Oh, there is another chaos spawn off to the side there. Okay. That is something I will need to be mindful of.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
We analyze, and then expose weakness to further debuff it. It has 1 toughness right now. That's right. We debuffed it by 47 toughness. Also has 1 willpower. Oh, there's 2 more chaos spawn over there. Yikes. Okay, it's that chaos spawn that moves next. Cabela, you can get in there and do stuff.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Then we hop over to this side. We Blood Oath.
As the tenets demand. There is only death. Yours.
And then we hope that we clip this one with one of our 4 attacks here.
Let your soul be killing.
There we are.
No pleasure. Caught by the web.
And then I shall captive audience
Trust me.
and jump over to this side of it.
I would that I could. The shadows will see it done. My blade whispers your name.
It is stunned. So cannot act this round. Has 2 stacks of Disturbed. It is just so absolutely fucked right now with debuffs. Oops, I should have attacked. I'm so bad at doing that. I keep... Whatever. It's fine.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, it is time for ads again. They last for 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime so that nobody misses out on any content. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. And I am going to be eating this can of tuna that I procured during the last ad break. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. I mean, I am eating the whole can of tuna, but it's just like a tiny can of tuna, like, smaller than a canned cat food, you know, can. .5 ounces. I gotta get my iron somehow. Though it's probably aluminum, now that I think about it. Does that have any nutritional value? Happens to the best of us, Kyo. Happens to the best of us. Talking about aluminum. Does eating aluminum have any, nutritional benefit? I don't imagine it does. Alright, the ads are done. We can continue the fight. Abelard, get in there. No. Abelard. Endure. Brace for impact.
My place is at the fore.
And first chaos spawn down. And we will taunt here. Two more chaos spawn down there. I imagine high enough levels can just cause, like, lacerations on the inside. You know, like the levels of eating a can. Alright, I'm gonna take a risk here and I'm gonna do this. Okay. That was a little risky. Okay, we come over here, we Waking Nightmare, both of these, to debuff them.
Lord Captain.
And then we gaze at them. Stunned. This one is not stunned. Greater than the number of X-rays. But,
I'm not accustomed
we'll boost
to being
Argenta here.
hand. I am a navigator, not a
Move them
skeleton.
back a little.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, there's still a cultist over there. Okay.
My vow is to serve. Desire condemns you.
I don't have any vision down there. Oops. Alright, that's fine.
To the weak.
Bella, you can go chill there for the moment.
Dance of blades and shadows.
Eventually you'll be able to run over there, probably. Yeah, granted, you do have a crippled leg. It's probably fine. Argenta over here.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Abelard doing his charge. First though, we endure. A CT scan cancer risk is less than 0.05% or less than 1 in 2,000. That would have to be a series of scans. Or, like, it's a 1 in 2,000 chance, essentially. More or less.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Grey hair, sure hair.
Keep that up for like 1,000 years and you'll be good, you know? Abelard, you can taunt them.
I've suffered worse.
High momentum.
I do so much damage, but I feel so afraid using it. YOLO, what's the worst that can happen, right?
Suits my purposes.
I am rolling the dice like no other right now in the worst of ways. Legitimately, each time I cast something currently, I have a... So, 14% chance to trigger a psychic phenomena.
All too easy.
That's okay, though. I did a lot of damage to that. It worked out well enough. Argenta, have another turn.
I shall prevail.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Faith without...
And we'll get some chip damage in on that Chaos Spawn.
As the Emperor... I'll do it.
And then I shall
Is this a job for the serfs?
do this. And then we lidless stare for some damage.
Emperor, give me strength.
This poor Chaos Spawn is getting bullied so hard right now. It's stunned now.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Death to non-believers!
An offering of blood.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary.
Well, we tried.
Chaos guides me.
A feeling of terror grips your heart. Did he get debuffed with something here? No. Okay.
Death comes in silence.
Argenta. You can move here. Actually, you have just as many people you can see from here, and that doesn't provide cover, so I don't care.
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor. Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Abelard. We always endure. 3 flat damage reduction is always nice, as is the temp HP.
Follow my lead.
We charge in. And slice.
At your beck and call.
And slice once more. Oh no! Abelard took temp HP damage. What'll I do? Are you able to give Abel... Nope. Too far. What about here? Too far. Alright. That's fine. You can start heading up back this way.
The navigator is coming.
All those zeros.
Out of my way!
Advancing. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright, Cabela, you're almost there. Leader of cultists.
This is why I was chosen.
Abelard can move back here, charge in.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
Endure.
My ears are ringing.
Yeah, there's nothing I can really do now. I just have to let the people that are near him take care of it.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Request approved. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. High momentum.
Alright, Cabela. Do your thing.
As the tenets demand. Let your soul be purged.
There's no shot you're able to jump down from up here, right? Would have been cool. So be it.
Guided by faith.
No, that's not what I... No, whatever. This is fine. Abelard can take care of it. He's the real main character.
It will be done. One fewer target.
Are you kidding me? I still don't have level. Fuck.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day. Marching off.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This is just the beginning, enemy mine.
None shall stand in my way.
Well, this sucks. It would have been super helpful if I'd had access to P2 archetypes for this next fight. Is what it is, though.
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
With all due respect to your faith, Hanaman, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Alright, let's take a look around here, see what we have.
A new challenge for me?
Judging by the positions of the bodies, the soldiers walked into sniper fire and died before they knew where it was coming from.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Show them no mercy.
Alright, we have some rebels here. This is far more than I remember. Cool. I will head here, because it's the only cover I have access to. Abelard will be front and center. Like the absolute unit that he is. Argenta can be here. Never mind. Argenta, you can be here. Cabela, you can be... not anywhere. Fuck Cabela. Why does your... heckin' crippled leg. You can be over there. So Argenta can go back over there. Cassia can come there. Pascal can just kind of hang back for the moment. Yeah. Ah, yes. It's so adorable, guys. Look at it. All enemies within area of effect within a 1 cell radius. And it doesn't say what it does. I appreciate that. I love Tzeentch. It's easily my favorite Chaos faction.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And we'll just lidless stare from here and hit just a bunch of people.
If I may. As duty demands.
And then we voice of command
I'm not
Abelard.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Let's make it quick. Out of my way.
Kibella, you can't do anything at the moment. You just chill.
I bring
Get behind
death
cover, though.
and retribution.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Pascal. You can move up here and then just do one of these numbers. Debuff them and buff us. And then I will tactical knowledge as many of them as possible.
Running binary override.
So that we get percent defense. Or sorry, percent armor.
Request approved.
And then we can just move back. Abelard, you endure. You brace for impact. You charge the ones over here.
I took care of this one.
And of course, you positioned yourself in such a way that you can't hit the other one. Okay, that's fine. Then you can taunt those ones. And be good.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
You have a fresh injury, huh? Okay, I can do this.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
And then I will buff us back here. Cool. Argenta.
I'll do it.
We run and gun to shoot again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Missed a 95. Argenta, come on. You can do better than that.
Out of my way. Hold on. Let's get to it.
Oh? Was that the Arbites that I saw over there? Yo, that's sick. Just keeps dodging the dog. I'm okay with this. Make my life easier.
Let's get to it.
So close to it being dead.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Another fire painted black.
Alright, and then we shall buff
I am
me.
a navigator, not a servitor.
And can give Abelard an extra turn, I suppose.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Aw, can't reach that? That's a shame. You can reach here, though. Which is good enough.
Here we go. Let's get to it.
Gabella, you come over here and heal the
Celio thinks
injury off of Cassia. And then you can run up here. And then you can run up there and... Blood Oath.
I am your
This one?
blade and shield. I will not die in dishonor. As honor or death is a blessing.
There we go.
I shall.
And then we will jump here. Actually, here works as well.
Brings me no pleasure.
And then here. Alright, there we are. Cabela did work, even if she was sitting in the rear for a while.
Let's make it quick.
Aim for the heart next time.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Cabela, why? Why you gotta be this way? Oh, there's two over there that I didn't even see. $27%, huh?
Activate calculated fury algorithm. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to
Well, we had to take the shot. Alright, Abelard, you can come back here. Charge into them.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. One fewer target. I will do my duty. At your
We
beck and call.
endure.
No matter the cost.
We come up here.
A tactically sound approach.
Slap this one. Then we can move up here. And slap this one.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Then we can come over here. Attack this one.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
And then we can taunt what's left. Essentially. Abelard does so much work. It's okay, I'm gonna do some work here as well.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, that's fine.
As the Emperor... Work is a prayer.
Go, arbitrators. Do your thing.
traveler.
The Zinchian unit is down. Ah. Alright, if I come over here... That only hits Cabela. Alright, we're just gonna start moving up.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Orders supersede pain. Out of my way. Hold on.
Cabela, you have an injury. Do yourself a favor and get rid of it.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Seven to 9 times 4. There's no shot that that gets the kill. But we will head here.
Trust.
And we will. Alright, we got some damage in.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
There we are. Do I? Do I? Is it worth it? Argenta's going next? No, it's not worth it.
I'll do it.
Did I really leave it with 5 HP? This is fine, though. Go, doggo, go! Oh, there's another one way over here. You're gonna hit the doggo. Did not hit the doggo. Solomorn's chest plate is punctured in multiple places and his face stained with blood, but his gaze remains clear and firm. Still alive, rogue trader? Good. You spot just as many wounds on Galado. There are burns and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. And yet, there's nothing in the Cyber Mastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something this dog can feel. What is happening in the starport? Panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttles, which makes them easy targets for the enemy. Where is the governor? I do not know. He waited for you, under Arbides' escort, to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony. But when the sun went out, and enemies came at us from every crack in the rockcrete, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safer with us. Those wounds look bad. Let me offer first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. Here's your investigation has hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. Crooked smile crosses his face. We did find something in the port terminal. Shortly after the tithe was hauled away, a suspicious ship took off from the planet, and I already know how to track it down. I see you're not trying to flee and have chosen to fight instead. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there's nothing we can do against the warp forcing its way in. And that's a fact. Celamorn spits out a mouthful of blood. This battle was forced on us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship we hired has turned tail and left orbit, so I must turn to you with a request. Take my squad aboard, and we will disembark on the first world or station with access to a void ship. We cannot die here while whoever stole the tithe is enjoying their freedom. I will consider it an honor to assist you. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We will cover your retreat and make sure there is no attack from the rear. Get to the shuttle first. We'll be right behind you. Alright. We have our level ups. And I am going Master Tactician, I think. Was it? What was I going? I want to say it was Master Tactician. I have stuff on like a notepad, but yeah, Master Tactician. I'm not going crazy. So we gain 1 stack of tactical advantage per every 5 momentum gained by the Master Tactician or their allies. The Master Tactician begins combat with a number of tactical advantage stacks equal to their fell bonus. And then we can press the advantage, which empowers their next attack, deal plus 4% additional damage for every stack of tactical advantage the Master Tactician has, and loses half of their stacks of tactical advantage rounded up. Abelard, we're going Vanguard, Unyielding Beacon, temporary wounds applied to the Vanguard now stack, but only remain stacked until the start of the Vanguard's turn. At the start of their turn, the remaining temporary wounds are reduced to the largest amount granted by 1 applied effect. If the remaining number of temporary wounds is less than the number of stacks of Unyielding Beacon, it becomes equal to the number of those stacks, even if the Vanguard has no temporary wounds at the start of their turn. That's the big part. The part up here is kind of whatever. Over here, we're going Arc Militant. Whenever the Arc Militant uses an attack that is different, or of a different type from their previous attack, the Arc Militant gains a stack of versatility. Valid attack types are single shot, melee attack, single target, or burst. Area melee, area ranged, or ranged burst. The Arc Militant gains plus 3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. If the Arc Militant has 4 or more stacks of versatility, the Arc Militant deals an additional 10 plus weapon score bonus percent, or 10 plus ballistic score bonus percent damage, whichever's highest. Cassia, we're going Grand Strategist, I believe, so that she goes first. Yes, Grand Strategist. So, the only thing that matters here, none of this matters for Cassia. The only thing that matters is this here. Regardless of the abilities used, Grand Strategist always acts first in combat. And that's what we want. Pascal, he's going Overseer. I'm going to... Like, normally I would go Grand Strategist with him, but I want to test out Overseer and just go for buffs and debuffs. And he's going to have a Servo Skull Swarm. What does this require? Unsanctioned Psyker or Sanctioned Psyker. And this requires Arbitrator. Okay. It doesn't say what these require, if anything. So, Servo Skull Swarm. Servo Skull Swarm is a versatile support tool that enhances the Overseer's combat capabilities thanks to the persistent extrapolation effect. It can transmit the effect of the Overseer's abilities to multiple targets at once, healing and empowering groups of allies and weakening groups of enemies. Additionally, the Servo Skull Swarm can influence the course of battle through its signal abilities. Medicae Signal helps its allies to regain wounds. Provocation Signal wreaks havoc among enemy lines, forcing them to attack each other. And Priority Signal distracts the enemy and improves this familiar's defense. The Relocation ability provides the Servo Skull Swarm with additional mobility, allowing the Overseer to move it where it is needed most. So let's see here. Extrapolation. When the Overseer uses non-attacking single-target abilities on this Servo Skull Swarm, they are immediately applied to all relevant targets, allies, or enemies in a 4-cell radius around it. Having no effect on the Servo Skull Swarm itself, the effect of those abilities is calculated using the Servo Skull Swarm's characteristics. The Servo Skull Swarm is considered enemy's lowest priority target and has immunity to all types of forced movement. That is kind of sick. What does the Medicae Signal do? At the start of their turn, each ally in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm gains 2 times Familiar's Fellowship bonus wounds, and an Overseer's Medicae divided by 2. Cannot be more than 90% chance to remove 1 injury. Does not affect unconscious allies. Alright. Lasts until it's destroyed or uses another signal ability. This is just a taunt. Sorry, not a taunt, like a confusion. Each enemy that fails makes a free attack against the closest creature, ally or enemy if possible. Alright. This is a taunt. Neat. And Kibella goes Executioner. If the target of the Executioner's next successful attack is under any damage over time effects, this target will immediately suffer 3 instances of damage from each of these effects. 2 instances if the Executioner makes a burst or area attack. This damage is dealt after all other effects from the attack are applied. Then all damage over time effects are removed from the target. This ability is applied instead of Scourging Strikes and removes stacks of Forced Repentance. Scourging Strikes. The Executioner's melee attacks inflict 4 levels of bleeding on all targets hit. This effect is applied after all other effects from the attack are applied. And then this is whenever the Executioner inflicts a damage over time effect on a target, which is already suffering from an effect of the same type, the target immediately suffers an additional instance of damage from the initial effect. All damage over time effects of this type on this target, including the ones just inflicted, and the ones that will possibly be inflicted later, have their level increased by +5. This bonus stacks. That is neat. Sweet deal. And we have SRW3 Alpha divided by 1. Our servo skull swarm.
Ready for data input.
Hell yeah. Alright. The fight that I know is coming up is going to be so much easier with our T2s. Still won't be free, but it will be easier.
Victory awaits.
Is there anything over here worth looting? Negative. Okay. Arbitrator Clayton. None of this would have happened had we been allowed to investigate the locals. There's goods here. A plasma gun and a stronghold, which is a shield. When the wielder blocks an attack, they gain 8 temporary wounds. Oh, that's nice. And the plasma gun is the new weapon of choice for Pascal.
Follow my lead!
Insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barriers, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death. Is there anything new to loot in here? There is. Nice. We take Medicaid kits.
Cast your eye there.
Neat. Game. Pyromancer's staff. Let's see, what do we have here? The wielder of this staff, power level 7. Is there not? Outfit settings. This button right here. This should be what you're looking for. Show helmet. Off. On. Same with backpack. Yeah. Yeah. This button here is not the most intuitive. Which doesn't bother me, because I couldn't care less, but I can see how, you know, it would be problematic. Alright, so the Pyromancer's staff. Info. 10 willpower. Wielder of this staff, power level 7, gains the Inferno ability. This ability is also available in its Heroic Act and Desperate Measures version. power level affects the damage of this power. The Psyker unleashes a torrent of Psyker's staff power level flaming projectiles, each dealing from 4 to 9 damage. The projectiles have a 60% chance to fly along the central line and a 40% chance to deviate to one of the lateral lines. Creatures that are hit by 2 or more projectiles gain the warp burn effect. I like this, but mostly just because of the willpower 10. Better than willpower 5. Does that get me? That does get me to another tier of willpower. So I do more
They
damage.
say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Huh. I haven't heard that voice line before. Alright. It is time for ads. It makes you bald with the hat. Oh, yeah. That's a bug that's been around forever. That they keep trying to fix, but it never works. But yeah. Ads are gonna start. They last for 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. When it's done, we will move on to the final fight of Act 1. And, yeah. Disables pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. So yeah, let's see here. 20 to 34 versus 19 to 32. Not a huge difference in damage, but enough that I care. The ads are finished.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Rykid Minoris. The sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flak vest, bearing insignia customary among your troops. One of the enforcers you sent must have given it to Malgar as a gift. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish crimson halo of blood splinters and bits of brain matter. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What's going on here? Sergeant spins around to face you, his face twisted, grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things got rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. And after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? A large, semi-domesticated reptile, groks are most commonly bred as livestock or used as beasts of burden. Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments in the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond. When his head explodes, his body falls limp to the side, his remaining eyes staring upward. The chorus of noble screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough, you've said your piece. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Rykid Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant? For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. My mentor was right. The rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body, his brow furrowed. Madness, punishable by death. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all of his subjects, but surely not you. It's your duty to help anyone you can. The sergeant pauses before nodding heavily. Your lordship, sir, you helped us when things looked grim for us. I'll do as you say. Why you want to save these parasites, that I don't understand. But maybe not all of them deserve death. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Trip. For I am Aurora. I am the Herald. the final door and die!
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
And now we have a Chaos Marine. There is a sniper up there, which is annoying, but not something we can't deal with. What does this have? When being attacked, this creature will unleash their hatred against the last attacker. The Chaos Space Marine will attack the target marked as hated by Aurora. It has a heavy bolter. Wait, what was that last one? Whenever a Chaos Space Marine is targeted by perils of the warp, it gains an extra turn. Alright. Argenta, you go here. Abelard, the beast that you are, you go here. Over here, we'll go here with Cabela. The Servo Swarm will do its thing here. Pascal, I think you can do your thing from back here. Cassia, I'll have to hope that you're fine there. And I will have to be here. Aurora goes first. This sucks. But I mean, there's not a lot I can do about it. We're just gonna take a lot of damage on the first turn. And of course Cassia goes first. I made it so that she would, right? Let's Waking Nightmare.
If I may.
16 willpower. There is a chance we can stun, I think. Are you immune to stuns? I don't see anything saying you're immune to stuns. We'll give it a try.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Duty demands.
Staggered. Okay. So yeah, it is immune to stuns. It just didn't show it. That's okay. Staggered is still good. We take Staggered. 13 ballistic skill.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Abelard.
Go.
Oh, dear God.
Just a minor setback. Injury is not an excuse to go off duty.
Well, I'm down.
Let's get to it.
This is off to an awful start. %67% chance to hit for 0 damage. Alright. What about this? 5 to 9? Oh, God. Is there any way to get me back up? Because I am like the vast majority of our damage here. It does not appear that we can. Okay.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Each strike is a prayer. Faith without deeds
All right.
is worthless.
Time to slaughter someone.
Running
We go with
ahead,
this.
right.
Um. How do I activate the Servo Skull's abilities? Does it have its own turn? Huh. Alright. I don't quite understand.
Request approved.
Okay. We endure. We charge in.
At your beck and call.
We brace for impact. We slice.
I will do my duty.
We taunt.
It will be done.
And then Cabela gets to move here. And then jump
As the
here.
tenets demand.
Um... Alright. I will...
Caught by the
use this. And then hop here. Then captive audience into a regular hit.
the shadows. Let your soul be purged.
God damn, she's starting to do damage. Also, 29 bleed a turn? That is ridiculous. Alright, I'm starting to like Cabela now that Executioner's online. Cassia over here healing. We will boost Cabela. Give an extra turn to Cabela, actually.
Give me strength.
Alright, Cabela.
As honor ordains, my blade whispers your name.
There we go. More bleed.
I feel nothing. Fear not.
This at least.
Ow, Pascal, please. %, huh?
God Emperor,
We'll get our chip damage in here.
See the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
It kind of sucks that I've just been laying on the ground unconscious this entire time, but
I'll do it.
not a lot can be doing about that.
Doubt is for the weak.
Violation of the firing pattern detected.
Alright, Pascal, how do I use your Overseer? Or your thing? I don't understand. Is it from relocation, or... Features, archetypes... literally, how do I use it? Is it all just passive bonuses? How do I switch what signal it's using? Or is that stuff I get later on? And it's just the persistent extrapolation currently. It might just be the persistent extrapolation currently. That might be what it is. Which is fine.
Request approved.
Alright. Abelard. You get to endure. Sworn enemy.
Indeed. Target well struck. Victory is imminent.
Alright. So I'm going to use where it hurts. Where it hurts didn't do anything.
Trust me. As duty demands.
Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, that was stupid. I might have to specifically not use Cabela for this playthrough, because that was possibly the dumbest thing I've seen. Yikes. You know, just casually 3 rending damage, and then 35, 70, 105, so 108 damage from killing it. Or just yikes. Just yikes.
Let's make it quick.
Rejoice in battle.
Gunner dodged.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And we can analyze. And then expose weakness.
Binary code.
Abelard, you can... Oh, okay, okay. So you can go there. The furthest... Bella, you've done enough. You can just chill there. Actually, hold up here.
Me?
Abelard.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will do my duty.
Just charge on ahead, Abelard.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I will avenge you.
R.I.P. Pascal. His poor servo skull fell as well.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands,
Have you tried opening your eyes, Argenta? Please.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
That guy's a real prick.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust.
I didn't even get to do anything in that fight. It feels bad. Rebel sniper rifle. Yeah, we'll take that. Is that better than what Argenta's using? Kind of. It doesn't get the additional hit chance. I think it's still better.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Aurora has Gem of Dark Vitality. Requires Conviction Heretical. We have a life-draining sword. Yeah, I have no care for that. The Bringer of Terror I want. And the Gem of Dark Vitality I'll take. Over here. Where is it? We just got it. The Bringer of Terror. It is so much stronger than the Stolen Autocannon. Has a higher range, same rate of fire, but like 50% more damage. And yeah, it's just insane. So, we equip that.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Oh no, you have to be heretical follower. I can't use it on her. Right. No. Oh well, whatever.
A new challenge for me.
Your shuttle has been burned and will never fly again. The pilot's charred body is stiff, hands still clenching the levers. Voxmaster Vigdis, thanks to be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies. But I struggle to find the words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. The interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukhari, the Dark Elves. You see Abelard's expression change, as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple wearily, as if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. Lord Xenos succeeded. The Xenos, enemies of humanity. A breed of the Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. And many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of the sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. Heinrichs glances around. The situation calls for immediate action. We can continue this conversation later if you wish, but right now, I believe you should assume command. What is the current situation on board? The Navigator's Sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his Vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. Why did you not send a shuttle to the planet for me? I do apologize, your lordship, but we were unable to receive your request for evacuation. The Vox link was overrun with vile interference, screams, blasphemous hymns, and other equally sinister noises. Any who listened to the interference for a protracted period lost their sanity. Several dozen operators went mad monitoring the Voxcaster in the hope of hearing your voice. Each one of them waited in vain. What is happening on the planet now? Our auger operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's power at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Rykid Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave this system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy, and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttle salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from the corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who, at this moment, look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the Electro priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brows. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykid Minoris. The Von Valentius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish. And so, lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event. A world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy had permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro Priest's monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Rykid Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to the world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Daemon Zenavathar? Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit. As do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given their coordinates of shelter, where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgar's troops, they will help control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our sole weapon against it is useless. The energy released by bombardment could stoke the warp engine energies. I have never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a demon world before. but there is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence that you do not want to see it. Let's get all the commoners who have not yet converted to the cult. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, Zenavathar. If you indulge in your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. I must do as I see fit. Perhaps I'm acting foolishly in the Inquisition's eyes, but that is my decision to make. You detect a flicker of something beneath Heinrich's sanguine mask. Anger, bitterness, whatever it may be. It does not seep into the interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship along with any rescued people. Keep that in mind in the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have capacity to evacuate more people. The miraculous fusion reactor must be saved. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation effort. The bridge is in upheaval. The Technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal, with a data slate clutched in his hands, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. What is going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I'm currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Why don't you assume control of the Technomats? Surely their contribution will speed things up. They would only be a hindrance. I'm searching for a way to rectify the error. Crew, heed the word of Magos Hanuaman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your lordship. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the binaric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechandrite towards you. Please, take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. First, explain what we are doing. I studied the data and discovered a machine node that was damaged as a result of the heretic sabotage. The functioning of the warp sextant was tampered with, and the ship's spirit aggrieved by this violation of the right of operation. It is now rejecting its calculations. I sought a way to rectify this error, and have concluded that your participation is necessary to do so. The cogitator systems of this temple of the Omnissiah are subordinate to the shell whose repository serves the machine we see before it. A machine created for your predecessor, and one that uses the biological signatures of dynastic blood in its computations. The spirits should recognize the ship's master and submit to his will. Should. Should sounded a little less than reassuring. Lord Captain? I'm still poorly acquainted with this void ship. The acolytes here have adopted their own customs for conversing with the machine spirits. They do not know me, and they express themselves in a little-known dialect of Technolingua. I will trust in the Omnissiah that my analysis of the data was correct. It means we have a chance of appeasing the ship's spirit. I step to the cogitator. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights, an endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm shimmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as the gate, or at the gate to the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, hear my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Propitiation. Senior Technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol. Omnissiah rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating the datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts, but as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure, a minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and we may receive his blessing. I place my hand in the Cyber Gargoyle's mouth. Metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Let's see, what does it all mean? At the sound of your voice, the Cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the Cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates toward you, and then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processed response. The temporary override is permissible. Magos intently studies the vid screen. The shell was created on Forge World, unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept data from the warp sextant. I'm going to reach out and touch the keys on the instrument panel. Lord Captain, please, you will anger the machine spirit before we have removed the restriction. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. One of the Cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, solemnity, the Acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engines one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy sensors, foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of the blood that the gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screens. Suddenly he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command, his mechandrites clicking their pincers. Pull at one lever after another. The vid screens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. What is happening? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah's servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grades out, the massive errors in the warp sextant's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol? Or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings and symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. I read, the info. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the binaric hymns and the tapping of command runes. Rescue? Yes, machine spirit, rescue us. Let's see. Machine spirit, this is the Lord Captain of this vessel. Obey me and start the warp engines. Pascal shakes it with tension. That was a non-executable request, Lord Captain. Even if the voice receptor could interpret such a... Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest's vox crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and cynical as ever. Registering, warp sextant activated. Registering, data stream stabilizing. Registering, 0 data errors found. Reporting, the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Raver here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp. Your Lordship. What just happened? I hypothesized that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of the Omnissiah to do something beyond my comprehension. Alright. I'm gonna play ads here. 3 minutes every hour. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done, and we continue on. It appears the Omnissiah perceives and knows the power of your faith, Pascal. He would not have worked this miracle otherwise. I hope he will grant me a revelation that would allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. I know little of the Omnissiah's sacred machines, but what I saw on the screen looked strange. A non-standard output of information lost in the data core. The servitors used as data conduits are not always fully lobotomized. Fragments of their thoughts can appear even in pure code. The Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting for you to ascend the Lord Captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. I love how that star looks. The stolen sun.
Von Valencia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonis, Janus, and Kiavagama. Master Zachary Weiss has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet you as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Zenavathar. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your lordship, young Vane Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality in saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Vane swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of what is wrong with my mouth right now? Algorithmic authorization. My mouth is failing me. I can't speak. Unit Zenavathar von Valencius has been added to the access list and assigned to the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator, provided that he possesses the decryption key. Proctor Anther has asked to inform you that he and his arbitrators will be disembarking on Footfall so that they might continue their investigation. He also wished to thank you once again for rescuing his squad, and sends his assurances that the Marshal will hear of the invaluable assistance you provided. Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall, and no further. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome aboard my ship. Heinrichs regards you with a curious look and a polite smile. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality. I will not forget it. Argenta, who's this Reverend Hieronymus? Who wants to speak with, who wants to talk with me? He is the head of the Drushian mission on Footfall, and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before. I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the von Valencius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of of the Undying One. The Drushians, like the bloodspun web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury, and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Bigdis, tell me about the system we're arriving in. Farabundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off-limits to outsiders. Alter Templum Calixus Ext 17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What do I need to know about Footfall? It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. Not to mention, pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions in the Coronis Expanse. The Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium, although I have heard that the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. Footfall is just a brief stop. What next? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magna Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all of the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it is a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valencius dynasty. We are looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Abelard, do you know anything about the Liege of Footfall? Vladaeum Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Casbellic mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calaxis sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladaeum Tokara, whose appointment benefits not only the Casbellica, but also their most powerful ally in the Cronus Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Vladaeum is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Casbellican hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader, you stand above him in status, and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Casbellican barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that, and remain vigilant. The Casbellica, vile tech thieves. Why does the Liege want to see me so badly? Not you personally. He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of Von Valencius dynasty. Tokara does not know about Lady Theodora's death, and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the translation from warp into real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Vigdis turns to me again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. You will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. Tell me how these choices will benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Cronus Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing, necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Horta will be put on her guard, but you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Cronus Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valancius soars high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness of the burden, and the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. I will arrive incognito. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. I'm almost level 17. I struggled to get level 16, and now I'm almost level 17. Alright, though. Let's take a look at some of the stuff that we can get here in the near future. What? Archetypes Overseer? What? Hello? Master Tactician. There we are. So, available abilities. What do I get? Inspire. Target gains 5% damage and 5% additional damage for every 10 stacks of tactical advantage the Master Tactician has. Linchpin. The target ally or the Master Tactician gains 1 resolve for every 5 stacks of tactical advantage the Master Tactician has. But the Master Tactician loses half of their stacks of tactical advantage rounded up. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. I like Linchpin. Strong Point. Target gains 2 temporary wounds and 1 additional temporary wound for every 2 stacks of... Yeah, that's fine. Assign Objective. Marks an enemy. If that enemy's killed, that ally gains some momentum. And plus 5 to all characteristics. The bonus to all characteristics does not stack. Alright. Cool. Archetype talents. Against all odds. The Master Tactician begins combat with additional stacks of tactical advantage equal to the number of enemies. Drink of Death deals 12% more damage to the target's... and heals plus 20% more wounds for targets with... Okay. All the Master Tactician's abilities work as if the Master Tactician had 2 more stacks of tactical advantage. 2 stacks isn't much. What? What is this? Fellowship. Ah. Joint Offensive. Master Tactician gains 1 stack of tactical advantage for every hit they score on enemies. Nerves of Steel. Nerves of Steel is nice. Comfort and Conformity. Whenever an ally grants the Master Tactician stacks of tactical advantage, the ally also heals 1 wound for every stack granted. That's kind of neat. Grenades and medkits cost 1 less action point to use, minimum 0. Huh, that's also neat. After a heroic act is used for the very first time in combat, the Master Tactician's next archetype ability used will have its cost reduced to 0 AP on all subsequent uses until the end of combat. Yeah, I love that one. Whenever the Master Tactician's allies use a heroic act, the Master Tactician gains 5 fellowship. Whenever their ally uses desperate measures, 5 toughnesses. Logistical superiority. Whenever the Master Tactician or the Master Tactician's ally uses any consumable item or reloads a weapon, the Master Tactician gains +2 stacks of tactical advantage. Every enemy killed by the Master Tactician increases the Master Tactician's resolve by 1 until the end of combat. Alright, I like that one. Support the Advance could be really cool if it works on my AoE Psyker abilities. I don't know if those count as area attacks. The AoE Flame. The Master Tactician selects a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including Master Tactician, that have line of sight to any enemies inside the selected zone make an immediate single attack against a random enemy within the zone that they can target with their weapons. Alright? Grants 1 additional AP at the 20th character level. Oh, that's nice. Alright, so Psyker Terminus. Character level required 24. So that would be, this is 16, 18, or 17, 18, 19, 20. It would be here that I could grab Psyker Terminus. I can get Psyker Extremis before finishing off this and going to the 3rd archetype. That's neat. Alright. I think that's going to be it for me for today. I've streamed for 7.5 hours. My throat is killing me. I will be back tomorrow with more Rogue Trader. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. Oh yeah, no problem. Oh shit, I didn't see that message forever. My apologies, schlup. I'm glad you liked that I read it out. But yeah, for now, I will be calling it. I will be live again tomorrow, hopefully around the 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern US time, and I'll stream for another 7.5 to 8 hours. But hope you all have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you tomorrow.